How's this?
It's a little better, but still quiet.
Alrighty.
That's better. Yeah.
Admiral? Very well, sir. Very well. I believe um, I included in my report that I promoted or assigned both Garibaldi and Vogel the positions of second and first officer, respectively. And as you know, we have a situation, and I have full confidence in the lieutenant commander to um, captain the Sentry and bring the situation to conclusion. And I also believe you should know that the ambassador looks like he's going to be a major success. If I would highly suggest you introduce yourself at the first possible opportunity. No, that's certainly true. Over here, I know we sent out a ship, but is there anything you can think that we could do to lend help from the station itself? What's our timeline looking on it? Fair enough. If anything else, would you like us to look at installing hollow emitters along the ship to maybe make up for some of the crew that we lack? Maybe we can cut a few corners in terms of life support as well. Understood, sir. And then, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Um, Nodding and with a slightly troubled look on my face, I'll look to the console and then back at Keller and say, do you happen to know uh, how their arrival time? Nodding, I'll lean back for a moment and I'll say, well, that's an interesting idea. I'd be happy to uh, attempt to keep an eye on the situation, and in fact, I've got the perfect way to do that. Admiral, just a curious thought. Um, Given that we have no real control over the ambassador, at least the Vorkola ambassador, if the Klingons are playing games and attempting to make some sort of political move, or at least one house is, uh, in addition to keeping an eye on the situation, would it not be advantageous to not not help the situation along, but um, perhaps attempt to put us in the best light? I tend to agree, and if there's one thing I've learned, quite frankly, from under your command, if something doesn't feel right, or if you have a hunch, it should be followed up on. I'll do so immediately. I'll start giving the matter some thought, and I'll have a plan prepared by the time the delegation arrives. What level of quarters are we looking at? Um, and she'll be doing that. I'm. Is that our guest or? Um, Nodding. I'll say that's very well. I can. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't need one of our ambassador suites or of the such. Um, I will have quarters prepared immediately, and I'll keep them pretty far away from the Klingon delegation. Best, probably the nicest thing I can do. Oh no, I just know they're loud. Of course. I think you've given me enough to work on, Admiral, and I'll take care of these immediately. Understood. I'll have my people monitoring it 24/7. Um, Arif to Garibaldi, pretty much immediately after he leaves.
Yeah, Garibaldi here.
Listen, Garibaldi, if you could stop by my office. I think I had something pop up that might interest you.
Uh, yeah, sure thing, Commander. Is what priority is it? I'm kind of knee deep in searching this Orion vessel at the moment.
Hmm. How long do you think it's going to take you?
I'm, out of character, I'm not sure because I don't know how big the vessel is. It could take a while.
Well, and then out of character, approximately how long until the Klingons get here? Um, Garibaldi, are you by any chance around anyone?
I can find a private spot if you want.
Why don't you do so, please?
All right, give me a moment. A minute later, Garibaldi just kind of slips in one of the quarters where there's no one around and begins searching it absentmindedly while he's searching or he's talking to him. Go ahead, Commander.
Thank you. The and Arif's just gonna kind of lean back in the chair and start talking rapidly and listen, Garibaldi. As it turns out, the Klingons are sending someone to treat with the Vorkla ambassador. The admiral just informed me now. Um, I he seemed to have some concerns that maybe one of the minor or major houses was attempting to make a political maneuver, and I just wanted or I was hoping you'd keep an eye on the situation and figure out a way for it to turn into our advantage, however it ends up.
Yes, sir. I will. I'll see what my people know. You got
Uh,
you got quarters picked out for him already.
Nope. Why don't you take care of it? And I just want us in the best possible light for whatever happens. And how you do that and what avenue you decide to go down, uh, I'll leave at your discretion. You've, quite frankly, been on a good streak lately.
Well, I'll try not to end that streak, Captain, Colonel, Commander, Boss.
I'll take Commodore,
You know that only comes with more paperwork, not more pay, right?
but it also comes with a better title. Now, get that ship swept as quick as you can, and I'll let you know as soon as the Klingons are imminent.
Yes, sir. You're Baldy out.
And um, leaning back, I'll type a message into the console, uh, sending it to our recently posted ambassador, simply stating that the the fact that the Klingons were sending someone to treat with the Vorkal ambassador, and whether or not he wanted to speak with them about it would be up to him. And then I'm gonna kind of tap into what they're doing in ops from my console and monitor the search for the expedition. At least for now.
Yes. Helm, time to the last coordinates of the quasar.
Oh, we're getting there, Captain. I'll turn around and say, without not realizing that I haven't answered the question, but then after I turn back and um, to my console, it kind of replays in my head, and I quickly shoot my head up and say, 12 hours, Captain.
Thank you. Ops, are we able to pick up anything on sensors?
A sec. Bear with me for a moment.
I got the Sentry.
Bringing up the character sheet to do the thing. Yeah, so this is my first time actually doing a roll for the system here. So, yep. Okay. I have sensor operations, so can I put a focus on it? Oop, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Okay, I have that. I am currently just going to roll for it because I don't feel like we're under stress and I don't want to start giving you a reason to hurt us yet. Okay. All right. So complication range of 1 and task roll of 2. And I have the focus used. So there we go.
Nice. Oh, I don't think you explained the clicking of the different things.
What clicking?
Because you rolled Control Command instead of.
I thought I had selected. Oh, did I? Okay, yeah. I was just looking at it. I'm like, it's on the right light now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see that. Yeah. Do you want me to re-roll it, or are we good? Okay. Captain, I don't detect anything on the sensors there, but I am seeing something strange in the subspace. Seems to be some fluctuating energy readings here. Don't know what to make of it.
On screen.
Do so.
Is that in our path helm?
Checking right now, Captain. But just from the quick scope eyeball, I don't think so. I'll say, looking down at my console. Alrighty. That I can do. Um, would reactionary maneuvering be a focus? Fair. Well, Captain, it doesn't look like it's in our direct path, but should we decide to keep going straight, there is a good chance it could knock us out of warp or destabilize the field. Um, so there is that.
Go ahead and alter course to avoid. Ops keeps scanning for whatever the hell we're looking for.
Um,
Forgot the name of the ship. Keep searching for the Quasar. Yeah. Helm, set a course around that. Give us a wide berth. Ops, keep scanning for the Quasar.
that I can do, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
I'm sorry, I feel like I just spoke over someone. Maybe not. That I can do, Captain, and I will attempt to put us into I guess a very wide orbit around the anomaly.
Make it so.
Uh, Bristling a little bit, um, I will input the commands.
The kitty is engineering, right?
Yeah. Meow.
How would you say that name?
Amathi?
Ah, there we go. Chief Amathi, how are the ship systems?
So far, so good, Captain. Uh, yeah, haven't knocked all the dust off the warp core though, so don't put too much strain on her. I think I still think we still got the original oil from the shipyards in the crankcase, if you know what I mean.
I wish you told me that before I put the course in, Chief. You'll both hear the helmsman mutter.
They not have sarcasm on Ferenginar?
um, Looking back, I'll say uh, quite quite deadpan. Oh, they certainly do, Chief. I just find that most other species have yet to master the practice. But nothing a few lessons couldn't hurt with.
Well, of course. Yeah, we invented sarcasm on Cape.
Um, Giving eyebrow, or not an eyebrow raise, but a double eyebrow raise. Eh, I will give you a predatory grin and say, "Oh, isn't it a shame you didn't figure out a way to monopolize it? It's out now."
Well, the trademark is pending. Amathi wants to, just in case, wants to see if there's a way to protect our warp bubble in case that in case we accidentally run into that subspace, whatever it is. Maybe see if he can shore up the warp bubble or adjust the dilithium feed or uh, whatever techno babble you want. I guess if I'm gonna play an engineer, I got to get my techno babble generator up.
Can I roll to make a to see if I can't tell with the sensors to make a to delineate what the extent of the subspace anomaly is, so that we can run into it? Oh,
Gad.
all right.
All right. Warp core mechanics is the focus. And no values, no talent. So I will give you both the momentum and a threat, so I can have 4 dice. And there goes nothing. That is a lot of nothing.
Ouch.
That is a lot of nothing with no way to squash.
We have some momentum to use, don't we?
Oh, I spent it on extra dice.
Oh, okay. There you go.
You know what they say, complications make the game more interesting. Well, I just doubled your pleasure there.
Oh, crap. Wasn't me, Captain.
We hear from the back of the bridge. Oops.
Report.
Um, sorry, Captain. I was attempting to shore up the warp field. I think I think I might have redirected the wrong multiphasic thermonic flow, sir.
Yeah,
Sir, I recommend
I was-
raising. Sir, I recommend raising shields. Yellow
Do
alert.
it. Do it.
Done.
What happened? Was it your recalibrations or did we hit something?
I think that was my fault, but we better make sure. And Avanti will use that as a cover to panically look at his console, attempt to fix whatever he did wrong.
And turning back, I'll quickly fold my arms over my chest and say, "We didn't hit anything, Captain. I was simply trying to thread our way through a needle while someone happened to be playing games with our engines."
I don't
But
care whose fault it is,
I'll fix
Ensign.
it.
Let's just fix the issue.
I shall, Captain. And I'll turn back around to the console.
Yeah, Avanti will attempt to figure out where he screwed up and fix it.
Right. Can I,
Since it was the warp core I messed up, can I? Do you still use? Oh well, warp core diagnostics as a focus. We'll give you a threat for a 3rd die. Good lord. Yeah, still trying to track down that fault, Captain. Could take a little more time.
can I run the scanners to see if there's anything changing with the anomaly while we're stuck here? Something we have to worry about?
How far is out?
Gonna take a long time to search for the Quasar at this rate.
Can we see if we? Can I tell how far we could potentially travel on impulse to get out of this particular tear?
Could I possibly assist too on my end?
Sensor operations for a focus. Okay.
Sir, we probably should report to DS-17 about our situation.
One issue at a time. First,
Right.
let's get out of here.
Can someone do the ship side of it?
I'm afraid to roll more dice.
I'll roll. What is it? A sensor science?
Yes.
Looks like Vogel has to work on these ship sensors. This con's really good. I'm happy with that.
Captain, my sensors are telling me that the subspace effects are extending for about 4 million kilometers from the rupture.
All right. Helm, do we still have impulse?
Looks like it, Captain.
Let's set a
I
course
think-
away from this rupture and try to get warp power back online. Ops, I want you to keep active sensor sweep. Try to map these anomalies so we can avoid them in the future. Tactical, let's send an update to Deep Space 17. Let them know that we have been delayed, but we are continuing our search for the Quasar.
I see.
And Vogel will sit back down in the chair.
Lorf will throw it in reverse and attempt to impulse or snail fly our way out of here. Obviously, keeping an extra special eye out for other ruptures, small or large, that may crop up in the path.
Is it possible for me to, or is it already happening? And maybe I just don't realize it. But if we find any more ruptures, can I have that on some kind of a transfer that to the helm for their heads up, so it's something that's easily so they can see it coming and avoid it? So it's not something we could have possibly avoided. It was just it showed up and then
Or we should at least check it out. Mark it on the star maps.
yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty dangerous.
Captain, permission to leave the bridge, head down to engineering, see if I can fix the problem down there.
She'll nod in your direction.
Amathi will scurry off the bridge in embarrassment.
It's not your fault.
That would be his luck at this point as he steps on the turbolift, forgets to check to make sure the turbolift car was there, and falls to his death.
What a way to go, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Amathi heads down to engineering.
Cool.
The door, my communicator. Hitting it. Go for a reef. Understood. Thank you. I'm gonna cut the line and I'm going to page Garibaldi.
Garibaldi here.
Hope you did good there, Garibaldi. We looks like the Klingon ship will be arriving within the hour, and I wouldn't mind if you were present to keep an eye on the delegation at least as they arrive. Have you found anything, or can you peel yourself away for a couple hours?
Uh, uh, yes, Commander. I turned the search over to the security team a while ago and got the purser to assign quarters. I was just checking them out, making sure they were appropriate for our guests, sir.
Excellent. I never usually say this when guests are due to arrive, Garibaldi, but well, hopefully we'll get an earful about our service.
Sure thing, sir.
Excellent. I'm gonna check in with the status of the expedition, then head to the docking ring. Why don't you finish up what you're doing and meet me there? And on your way, why don't you grab the ambassador?
Sure thing, Commander. You said an hour?
A little bit under.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a few things I need to do first, so give me. I'll be there.
Excellent. See you soon. And cutting the transmission, I will head out to, I will stand up and stretch, replicate myself another cup of coffee, and then head out to ops and inquire to the acting duty officer about the status. Well, hopefully they were named aptly. We can only imagine. Um, Excellent. Any word on the Sentry? Status reports from them. Understood. We'll have to hope no news is good news. Um, Give me a shout first thing if you get anything on either of those fronts. I'm gonna head down and I'm gonna head to the docking wing by way of the promenade. See if anyone, any of the workers down there need anything.
I want to make use of my well-informed talent to see if any of my this is probably gonna be a no-go, but I gotta try anyway. Anybody in my realm of contacts knows anything about these Klingons and their and why they're coming, or rumors that they've heard, that whatnot. It's in the player's guide. I got to give you a threat for it. Okay, I will take that. Um, I it, I would be eternally grateful if you would spell those names, though. And this could be a long shot for Garibaldi, but what he would like to do, as he's checking over the quarters that he's gotten assigned for the Klingons, he would like to see if he can find um, if those quarters, any of those sets of quarters, have convenient places to leave listening devices, that where the some of the background electronics or hull plating or whatever would shield devices from um, detection. Espionage is a focus. And yeah, I hate to blow it early, but I'm going to, because I really don't want to cause an international incident. I'm getting caught bugging the Klingons' quarters. I'd like to spend towards the value risk taking the pursuit of knowledge must be taken. Okay. Then 2 threat for a third die, and activate bold security. I am not risking a loss, and that's 5 successes. So difficulty 5. I thought I was setting the difficulty. Oh, all right. Well, then I gotta. I roll. Yeah, I just noticed that. That roll's not going to count anyway since I didn't tell you.
Mhm.
I'm going to go for I'm going to go for difficulty 4. I don't. I can't guarantee to get that roll again. So, of course,
Of course.
3. That's 3. I got reroll for bold. I made the difficulty. And we're heading gaining momentum things, but I did make it. So I feel like I found a good place to hide hide listening devices, and so having done that, I think Garibaldi will head to see the to get the ambassador, and then head to his meeting, to the appropriate place to meet Arif. So I'm sure it takes him a while to find that spot.
When I was given the heads up, while everything's happening, when they were given the heads up earlier, and I got the email notification from the commander that Klingons were coming, right? I wish to find amongst the resources of the station and find out if there's anyone here who stocks live Klingon food supplies, not replicated, dead stuff, but anything that I'm familiar that Klingons prefer to eat, like their Kapla were live and such. I make a note that we need to find a supplier if we're going to start seeing the Klingons here. See if there's someone on base that can actually do that for me.
Good job, Ambassador.
It helps smooth the waters in a lot of ways during meals. Makes them feel appreciated.
Do you have the talent that allows you to use medicine instead of command? Would that apply?
I have a big command.
Oh, you do already. Oh, you're the commander already. Sorry, different game.
Yes, totally different game. Yeah. So I'm sorry. What was the first one I was supposed to do? Finale? No, not fitness. Yeah, you said presence and command, right? Yep. All right, very good. Do we have any momentum right now? Or is that all spent? Okay. All right, here we go. Focuses cultural studies, diplomacy, diplomatic protocols. All right. And here we go. Very unfortunate. I start doing throat exercises to be able to speak the traditional Klingon greetings for such an occasion of an ambassador coming to here, and prepare myself mentally for when I'm escorted by Garibaldi. I'll have to unfortunately deliver the bad news that we have no live. If we had more notice of your arrival, we'd be in better. I would make sure for the next time that you'll be better greeted. That kind of thing.
Good to have your excuses practiced ahead of time.
It sure is. It sure is.
They sound more sincere that way.
They certainly do.
Great to see you, Garibaldi. Ellie.
Oh yeah, I'll be there at the docking link. I'm meeting him there.
Along the as we walk to the docking bay, Garibaldi was ambassador. Do you know anything about a Klingon house called Morkai?
Don't know, do I? What can I roll to see if I know, or all right? And can I use one of my diplomatic things for focus on that? Cultural studies, probably not diplomatic protocols, but diplomacy, uh, be politics. Yeah, I don't have a politics specifically. Okay, I will say no on the focus used. I am not familiar. I can do a little lookup to find out what we can find out on the computers. Have you had a chance to do this yourself?
I asked around some folks I know. That's how I know the ambassador and the captain of the ship that's bringing him are both from House Morkai. But that's where my contacts dried up. It was
Very good. I will do my research and immediately tap into the diplomatic corps computer system and try to bring up anything, the 411 on House Morkai.
appreciate that, ambassador. It'd be good to know which houses right now they're in competition with or allied to. See if
Yep.
we can puzzle out what their motivations are.
Absolutely.
Dr. Mountain to Ambassador Polinik.
Polinik here.
I was hoping you would be free for lunch this afternoon.
Well, it all is according to how this meeting with the Klingons go, I would say. If I'm not put up against a wall with a large blade at my throat, then I suppose yes, I would be glad to meet you for lunch.
Klingons, you said? Oh.
Yes, an ambassador coming to the station today. Soon, I understand.
Sure. Oh well. We'll make a rain check for that. But which docking bay is that?
I relay what I know.
And if I don't have any pressing business, I'll go meet the Klingons.
Yes, attempting to give myself the quick and dirty on House Morkai and anything that we have in our database about the current state of their allies and that kind of thing, that I can relay over to our command staff so that they're prepared. They're in good standing. They're not on the outs. All right. Oh, as we get closer, it's like Mr. Garibaldi, I'm unfortunately unable to get anything beyond the fact that the House Morkai is at least on good standing with the Klingon Empire. I will try to make inquiries after this meeting and try to get further info that I can.
I appreciate that, Ambassador. Commander should be with us shortly. Garibaldi really quick checks to make sure there aren't any alerts out of Starfleet security coming out of that about that house or the IKS that ship. All right.
Well, don't you all look like a group of rundown individuals? Arif will say as he enters and sees the three.
Run down? Fit as a fiddle. How are you today, Commander?
Eh, you know, I've been better, been worse, Doc. Probably could have done with this without this event, but
Well, Klingons make anything an event. So,
that's absolutely fair. Hey, are we still on for dinner?
what was that again?
Are we still on for dinner?
Yeah, sure. I can make plans for that.
Excellent. Provided, we're not all about to get stabbed with bat'leths. Then, if that were the case, though, your day
Well,
gets more interesting.
well, let's try to steer away from insulting our Klingon guests. Sure, the ambassador should lead on this in this case because this is now a sovereign federation station. How are your officers coming along anyway, Ambassador?
No,
Hi,
off,
Caroline.
the offices for our other fine ambassador friends are taking precedence at the moment for getting finished, and I am happily waiting their completions and making plans for our own.
Yeah, there's a lot of dust sort of in sick bay. Thank you, Commander, for extending those labs. We really need those.
Of course.
Appreciated. Just wanted to say it out loud.
Might I inquire if you have had the opportunity to have an official meeting of a Klingon ambassador in the past?
This I don't know who was arriving, but I'm always interested in speaking to Klingon.
Commander, is this something you're familiar with, or do you wish that I give a brief summary of Klingon customs and such for such a meeting? The do's and
Um,
don'ts, real quick.
with a genuine quirk of a smile on half of his mouth, Arif gently shakes his head and says, "No, thank you, Ambassador. I've had a couple run-ins with Klingons over the years, and I think I can handle myself. But I do believe the doctor made a good point. I think I'll handle the introductions, but I think you should probably take charge and lead of the initial meeting, especially if it is a diplomatic ambassador."
Very good, very good.
Well then, looking to Garibaldi, I'll say sarcastically, "Well, let's set our phasers to fun and get this over with."
Fun? I was supposed to bring my fun phaser? Brought the other kind, so.
Oh, don't
Well,
toy
if
with
you
me.
need to use phasers, if you need to use phasers, then perhaps we're at the wrong conversation.
Well, I gotta say, the the last time one of Quix's prior hosts had any significant dealings with the Klingons, we were at war with them. So
Well, I can see your trepidation then. Or part of you, anyway. But we are all ourselves above and beyond even your symbiont, your co. So I think your direction is going pretty well as a combination.
Certainly hoping.
well, we'll be fine. We haven't shot a Klingon in 50 or 60 years. So.
Right, let's keep that streak going, and I'll start walking towards the airlock.
No, don't end it.
Was it something we said?
Going out there a lot.
Uh, allow me to specify. I will. I will start walking towards the airlock with which the Klingon ship is preparing to dock.
Do you look like the captain of the ship, or is the older man the captain? No, the other one seems to be the ambassador.
Stepping up, I will say ambassador, captain, and nod at the third. I'm Commander Arif. I run Deep Space 17, and I simply would like you to know that not only do you have permission to come aboard, but uh, we have already set aside our finest ambassador quarters, and to have you here and to hopefully treat with you will be an honor. Now, please allow me to introduce my own counterparts. Um, Pointing back at Garibaldi first, I'll say that man over there is my second officer, um, Garibaldi. Uh, Sweeping my hand over to the doctor, I'll say, "This is my chief medical officer, Dr. Mountain, should you or any of yours need our assistance." Um,
Not
and
usually.
And lastly, I will point out the ambassador and I'll say, and this is our own, or your own counterpart on our station, Ambassador uh, Polenic. Um, I would like to turn our meeting over to him, as I believe the two of you will have much more in common than us.
I give a traditional bow to Klingon bow of acknowledgement of between equals and welcome to our station. I look around. I do. Is there anyone who seems to be waiting from the ambassadorship, the Vorkal ambassadorship?
Uh, Probably not unless the Klingons informed them without our knowledge, over our heads.
No, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is yeah. So I look about and I'm like, well, it seems that the Vorkalins have not thought to send you a proper greeting party. Oh, well, very good. Perhaps you can accompany me, and we can get you into your quarters, and I can arrange as soon as possible the meeting with the Vorkalins and his ambassadorship.
Well, you'll find the
Yeah.
ambassador quarters has an excellent space for a meeting where you can meet with the Vorkal ambassador in private, sir.
Yeah, don't mind the mess though. Still in process, but
Don't pay any attention to that there. There's no mess. I ensure that the quarters are in perfect shape before your arrival. Ah, of course. Commander, if with your permission, I will make the necessary arrangements to reserve get that conference room ready. So
Go for it, Garibaldi. If anything, I know we're pretty booked solid today, but the geographical, geological meeting can wait until next week. If anything, if you need to cancel any of them, strike that off the list first. I'll I'll deal with the scientists later. Uh,
it's
I'll
not.
say, and then with the grimace, kind of look back to the Klingon ambassador and kind of just give a little shrug, like business as usual.
Anybody want to guess what Garibaldi's fixing to go do?
Yeah, right. Try to stick
So
a bug under a
that
chair. Yeah. Um, I I begin walking and gesture for them to accompany, and I start doing well, I'm not even sure how long of a walk, but making sure that Mr. Garibaldi has time to get to where he's got to get to quickly, and trying to pace things so that no one feels like they're slowed down necessarily, but that we're walking at a leisurely pace, as I am an older man, who you know can only walk so quickly.
sure.
Me and my short
There
stature and all that, I play it up, when needed.
and I point out that there's a noodle place on the promenade that is the closest thing I found to gok, as long as you put enough jelly and wasabi. But otherwise, the best is itself.
It's unfortunate we do not have proper live food here on base to suit someone of your stature, but if you are to visit our friendly base more in the future, we'll be assured to have this in stock and to be able to feed you accordingly. Now, let me speak to you a bit about the station, and I start going into what we're looking at as we're walking along the promenade and such, and doing the courteous, friendly thing, and pointing out anything that I feel would be interesting to Klingons, especially. while hoping Mr. Garibaldi is quick about whatever he's got to do to get the conference room prepared.
Interesting. What may I ask? Were you thinking about hunting? I think I, I don't see why that can't be arranged. What kind of numbers were you thinking about? Of course, and just so I know, since we do monitor the planet, I'd like to keep an eye out for your men, just in case. How long do you think? How long do these hunts typically, or hunting rituals typically last for? That's fair. I would like to be kept in the loop, just so I know when to start thinking about trouble. I wouldn't want anything to happen to any of your crew and have that damage relations between us. So they perhaps would be, but I will level with you. It would mean a mountain of paperwork for me. I'll say with the sad little chuckle, and then I'll say, and well, there's no honor in paperwork.
That's the perfect way to put that.
Surely there is some place on the planets. Indeed.
Well, I mean, let's hope they
Glory to
come.
your hunt.
Let's hope they come. They just simply all come back. Yeah, absolutely. Though, as soon, why don't you forward me the itinerary once you decide on what prey you're going after, and um, then I'll be happy to forward you perhaps maybe some of even the best spots for it, and then we can send your people down there. Excellent. And once again, as I said, I'll, oh, Doctor, I
Oh,
believe you may have the access or relevant files. I know our scientist is getting some R&R off station, but why don't you see if you can
I wouldn't call
forward?
that R&R, sir, but yeah, I understand what you're
Yeah.
getting at.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't call a vacation to our home planet R&R either, but hey, uh,
Maybe Lieutenant Ryder will assist me in getting that information for you.
sure, absolutely. Just why don't you forward it to the looking embarrassed at the Klingons? I'll say you'll have to excuse me. My accent isn't what it once was. And then I'll say the Klingon ship. looking embarrassed, I'll say, I didn't want to butcher the name of your honorable ship. Believe
Captain,
me.
Captain, I'll send to your ship the relevant information when I have it for you. Just one moment, and I'll send a message to Lieutenant Ryder to get what Arif wanted.
Okay, so why don't I believe Garibaldi's been trying to track down a conference room, and the ambassador can link up with him easily enough. Why don't I leave you three in the good hands of the ambassador and doctor? Why don't you and I go make sure that information gets sent correctly? And like I said, as soon as you send me that, we'll get you rearing to go. Hell, I know that this isn't an officer thing, but I know we have an exchange program open, and I've got a few crew members who relish a good hunt, so maybe you could think about taking one of them with you. Well, either way, let me know when you send that, and if there's anything you need on the station side of things, I'll be happy to assist. Uh, Nodding, I will start uh, walking away, and then I'll say, "Doctor," and that's fair.
Yes. Well, as I don't have a proper map of the station, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I wish to walk him towards the wherever the meeting room is going to be, somewhere that's hopefully Garibaldi has chosen. Wherever Garibaldi has told us that this meeting room is going to be, I'm going to be moving towards this room at not a glacial pace, but at a pace that seems appropriate for an older gentleman of 5 feet tall. To and while talking, to be able to make way towards, so that Garibaldi, in my mind, Garibaldi might be cleaning up the room or preparing it in some way. I have no idea of any nefarious things that he may or may not be doing.
Nefarious.
I haven't worked with Garibaldi much yet.
I think that word means what you think. Nefarious.
I'm also pre-planning in my head. Afterwards, I need to immediately go and speak with the Vorkala, the ambassador, and see if I can't arrange a meeting with the Klingons. So after I drop them off at the meeting room, hopefully with basic refreshments enough to keep them good, I will then move my way to the Vorkolins. Okay. Well, it's worth showing him that then. All right, very good. I walk him through, pointing out whatever is of interest and it would be of diplomatic use for him, communication hubs and the like, uh, and then show him to the meeting room when appropriate. I'm not, and when I say I'm trying to stall, I'm not. I don't want to act like I feel like the ambassador's stupid and he wouldn't notice that he's being led in circles or anything. You know, we're making as much of a direct line as makes sense to get to the room, and but I'm just not doing it particularly quickly. Feeling like there's no sense of urgency going on for you know, and hoping that Garibaldi is doing the right thing and getting things ready.
Garibaldi always does the right thing.
It's usually how you do the right thing that's kind of questionable. Sometimes, not always. Usually you're good.
Boy, some people don't understand what the right thing really is, but Garibaldi knows what he's doing.
Oh, it's, right in whose eye, right?
Until he bugs a room that doesn't get used. It's okay. I will remember that I have a set of ambassadorial rooms that have been well bugged. I'll make use of that some other time.
I think every station needs to have some thoroughly bugged guest quarters. I think that's we should always have that ready to go.
Garibaldi, what do you think? Yes, sir. Good Lord. Okay, I want to say that I'm rolling to see if I can find a good spot, and if I can't find one, I'm not going to line the bugs. Is that fair? Okay. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the commander. Unfortunately for Garibaldi, the commander and the ambassador did not do what he thought they were going to do. Um, and if Garibaldi realizes that the ambassador is actually bringing the Klingons to the conference room uh, before he actually says, "Hey, I got it ready," um, then Garibaldi's going to back off and not plant the bugs. It's too much chance of failure.
Smart.
Because really, he's thinking in the back of his head, why didn't they just take the Klingons to the guest quarters and wait for Garibaldi to say everything was ready?
He didn't want to go there.
Well, yeah, Garibaldi's just gonna have to back off on this. There's uh, the,
Right
ri-
with the
the reward is
noodles.
the reward is not worth the risk. So Garibaldi realizes he does not have enough time to do this with any with any do this reliably, and so um, knowing that the ambassadors are on their way, he will He will back off his plan to debunk the conference room. Wasted determination spent. But Garibaldi will rank for. Yeah, Garibaldi is.
No, sir. He has successfully handed him off to the ambassador. Nor is Arif going to say anything to the Vorkula ambassador.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, no, this is not. I like that.
Well, we did not have any time for preparation, Mr. Ambassador. Might I leave you here and under under your own supervision? Mr. Garibaldi can fetch some refreshments, and I will go try to fetch the ambassador for you as quickly as possible. All right. I nod to Mr. Garibaldi and thanks, and give the appropriate bows to the Klingons, and back my way out of the doors and head to the Vorkulins.
So, Ambassador, I'm curious. I understand a little of Klingon culture. As an ambassador, do you approach negotiations and discussions the same way a warrior approaches battle? Curious. So, like this meeting with the Vorkula, how would you approach this with a species that I know the Federation does it, but my symbiote seems to think that uh, the way a Federation ambassador would handle this meeting is a little, well, anticlimactic and boring. How do Klingons approach situations like this with species they're unfamiliar with? If you don't mind, I have questions, Ambassador. I'm a relatively young officer, and I'm trying to find abruptly. It's, straightforward. None of the none of that kind of gull and guile and double talk that human ambassadors use then. No, I think I could come to like your people, ambassador. Never, with humans sometimes you can't always they don't always say what they mean. They're not as you know what I'm trying to say, right? Sometimes just an honest give and take. Would you mind just for I'm Commander Arif, I don't know, for whatever reason, has picked me, thinks I have some command potential. I used to be a counselor in the medical division, but the commander, he thinks that I've got the makings for command and has asked me to has asked me, not more than a few days ago, to be honest, to be a second officer. I just think that if I limit myself to the example of human or Starfleet officers, that my education, my training would be lacking. Uh, different species do things differently. Uh, there are things that Klingons do that I admire. Sometimes even that those damnable Ferengi. Uh, I think the only folks I find that I don't really admire at all are the Romulans. They just seem to be treacherous. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, I apologize for asking so many questions, Ambassador. I'm just trying to learn, trying to see if I can meet whatever this potential is that Commander Arif thinks he sees in me. If I'm offending you, I apologize, and I'll be quiet. Fresh Rectigino? I doubt it, but the replicator doesn't do bad. Garibaldi will step to the replicator and get a couple of Rectiginos, bring one back for the ambassador. When the uh, when the Vorkla get here, ambassador, do you mind if I sit in and observe? I would like to see a Klingon ambassador at work. Be good for me. Oh, I understand, ambassador. It's just I wouldn't go bother Commander Reef with it. I wouldn't want to force my presence in on your negotiations. So was just hoping to learn a different method of negotiation. Maybe sometime you'd allow me to accompany you on a different mission. It's not unheard of for Federation officers to occasionally serve under Klingons. Right you are. Well, not all of us. Not all of us. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't find, say, an Andorian hunting party to be soft. They're Federation members. That also is understandable. I know some of Quix's former hosts have served during wartime between the Federation and the Klingon Empire. Those are good fights. You got to remember, everybody's spine is weak enough if you know where to hit it. Right. Well, Garibaldi's gonna just to help the GM speed things along a little. Garibaldi's just gonna just continue keeping the ambassador from getting bored while we wait for the Vorkala. Uh, Mostly, he will get him to tell stories of his days of a warrior, using that in his own purpose to see if he can get a handle on the Klingon ambassador's personality and psyche and whatnot. Kind of almost an informal psych eval. Wait, his son's been dead since the Dominion War, or son's been the captain of the ship since the Dominion War? Oh, okay. That's where my brain hiccup went. Sorry. Very good. I know what I'm spending my acclaim on, if I get any.
Ambassador, I introduce you to the Vorkalan ambassadorship. Uh, may you have fruitful negotiations. And here we have some of the finest Vorkalan wine that we have upon the station. We do hope it is palatable to you. I hope that it greases the wheels, so to speak. I set it down, and or have the whoever's carrying it set it down, and make the introductions, help everyone get into some seating. On my way over, I was asking the Vorklan ambassador if they had any kind of experience working with Klingons, and yes, I can. Do you wish to know a little bit about Klingons? From our history, we've had many interactions with Klingons over the years. As you might know, the Federation at one time was in a great war, which almost brought them to ruin, and then uh, they were able to negotiate peace, and now they are actual allies. And I'm going over the rough history quickly, but I just feel like the Klingons are a noble and warrior-based race. They enjoy the competition of fighting, and I'm are the Vorkalins more of like a refined kind of race? I don't have a sense of who the Vorkalins are yet, so I can't. But either way, got you. Okay. What I'm wanting to do in the way I'm speaking is I have the impression that they're somewhat of a refined race. They're not necessarily first to jump into battle and to see a Klingon. One could easily think of them as barbaric, and I just wish to give a frank discussion that they are a proud but very violent race. Those who gauge themselves in personal combat as one of the higher forms of diplomacy amongst their own people. And so I'm not saying anything disparaging. I'm speaking the truth, but I definitely want to get across that they are barbaric, in many ways. So that she goes in with the appropriate amount of basic understanding that they are not also a highly refined race as far as she may see it, but saying that in a very diplomatic and frank kind of way. You know what I mean? I asked the Vorkolin, do you wish me to assist in the meeting, or do you wish to uh, meet with this Klingon on your own? I say, no, no, as a courtesy, uh, for negotiating with Klingons, who I'm trying to give her the impression that, uh, as we know much about the Klingons, and that if she wished someone to be there for her, I would be happy to work with her, doing so. Uh, Not wanting to push the situation, but just offering it as a courtesy, as I'm trying to do in many ways with the station all the time. I've had my interactions with her. Right. Nod to everyone involved and to Mr. Garibaldi. Let us leave them to their discussions. Please signal us if there's anything that we can bring you.
That kind of depends on if anyone has sent a message to Garibaldi about um, the Klingons wanting to go hunting on the planet below. All right, he's going to go check in with with the security folks he let loose on that Orion ship, see if they found anything, uh, and see if we can start going through that ship's computer files. And once just if Commander Arif approves, once we're done searching it, Garibaldi's going to have it impounded in storage, just in case that vessel comes up useful sometime later. Hmm. Um, uh, any kind of smuggling or hidden compartments detected when they thoroughly searched that ship? All right. Well, then Garibaldi's going to go back. He's going to go back to the Orion ship for the time being, since he's kind of at a dead end with dealing with the Klingons. Um, kind of make a search of his own for hidden compartments and smuggling containers, and he can't find anything. And he does want to verify that, see if the logs, um, check the navigation logs on the ship. If all that stuff's been deleted, he wants to see if any of that, see if someone from science can recover any of that deleted um, information. And if that's not possible, he will move the Orion ship into storage. All right, give him the time, and then he will go to his security, his office, his intelligence office, and see. He'll just begin a search, trying to find anything he can find on the two Orions, or the kid. It's got to be something to find. Let's start with the two Orions, since Garibaldi does have a particular dislike of Orions. Okay. Research or focus. Okay, I'm gonna give you a bold so I can activate. You know what I mean. Let me give you a threat so I can activate bold. And I am going to reroll that complication with that. Oh, really? Um, on the dead Orion, is there on the arrest warrant or whatever it is for the dead Orion? Is there a specific house that's looking for him? Just checking. All right. What about what's he smuggle in general? Is it slavery? Is it illegal drugs? Oh, I like weapons dealers. It's a good excuse to shoot an Orion. Um, all right, then he'll look to see what he can learn about Kegu, which I'm guessing is going to be considerably less. That's probably not his name, but he's got to start somewhere. Regular comp range. Okay. We give you a threat for bold and research still for focus. Let me re-roll one of my failures. Okay. For an information momentum spend, can I expand my search to other governmental bodies? What about if we get away from the name and get into the physical description, anything there? All right, I spent the momentum. That's a dead end. All right, I'm gonna have to get Vogel to interview the kid when she gets back. She seems to have uh, uh, a rapport with him. All right, that's probably gonna take Garibaldi some time. If you want to go to someone else, I got to think about what his next move is going to be.
Sorry, I missed the beginning of that. I accidentally hit a button and it logged me out of everything. Tactical. Try hailing the Quasar.
Quasar, this is the Sentry. Come in, please.
Parent aggro. Lieutenant Commander. It's quite a promotion. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into this time? Under normal circumstances, I would definitely say this was your fault, but we almost got stuck in one ourselves. Stand by. Let's run some scans, see what we can do. Ops, what can you tell me about that anomaly there? All 11 of it.
Nope, that's not bad. That's bad.
There's something.
Captain, I am verifying what the Quasar is thinks is going on. The ship does appear to be stuck in a gravimetric eddy, and their warp bubble is the only thing keeping them from falling into the eddy.
Would it be possible to get a tractor lock in them and simply pull them out?
Can you tractor lock through a warp bubble? I'm asking as a normal person of our century. No, tractor beams will not go through a warp bubble. They'd have to collapse our warp bubble, so it would be all or nothing if they were to start degrading once we started tractoring them out.
What if they powered down their warp core? Would that stop them from being pulled in? What is this attracted to? That is fine. Because this might determine my course of action.
Yep, yeah, that momentum. I push buttons frantically on my display, figuring out your question. Waiting the computer. It appears the gravimetric fields being emitted from the eddy are acting like a magnet to the quasar's warp bubble. So, gravimetric fields being emitted by the eddy acting like a magnet to the quasar's warp bubble. So if they collapse their warp bubble,
they would get sucked in.
Well, if it's the warp bubble that's pulling them in, isn't the warp bubble what's keeping it at bay as well? Didn't they say before that they were being torn apart without the warp bubble?
Yeah.
Oh, but it is holding them in place. So is this something that they may be able to go full impulse?
Post what do you put in chat?
It's
So it's attracted to their warp field.
But
Right.
it's also keeping them from breaking apart, right? Yeah, not breaking apart, but falling down. Okay.
So this attracting force that is
What's it?
holding, that's
So my
holding
question is, what is the gravimetric field being attracted to? Generated from the warp field, right? Okay.
So the question is our tractor beam strong enough to counteract the forces from the gravimetric field pulling it deeper inside?
Probably not. But what I want to do is I want them to power down their warp core, potentially turning off what is basically turning off the magnet, and then we'll grab them with our tractor beam and pull them out. That's what I would do. I would tell them to turn off their warp core, powered down to emergency power, and then we'll pull them out with our tractor beam. We'd have to think. Focus would probably be tractor systems.
I think to better understand the relationship between the forces here, warp core mechanics.
Yeah.
Or warp theory, something like that.
Yeah, true. I'm just thinking, like, this sounds very familiar to that Voyager episode.
As a backup plan, I wish to begin formulating how many crew do they have on board for emergency transportation if possible.
That's an idea too. It might be cramped. But yeah, I think that would be last resort. We'll just tell them to drop everything. We'll beam them over. But let's try to save the ship if we can.
We can beam through a warp bubble, can't we? It's not shields. They use transporters while in warp.
It'd be cozy, but they'd fit. But yeah, I think we try to save the ship. And then if it looks like it's going to fall apart, that's when we just beam them out.
Could we remove non-essentials from the ship at least?
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves here because Prax wants us to do scientific method. So those are solutions if all else fails. We're trying to find solutions to get the ship out.
Sure. I'm just jumping to the point of if we can get non-essentials off of that ship, and then those who are left do the risky maneuver of turning off all their power systems, And we try to pull them out, and that fails, and we've got to transport people. If we have a small number of people we need to transport quickly, that's a much safer thing. If we're able to get the whole ship out, we can send everybody back on board. You know.
I mean, I guess is transport an option? I guess would be before we do the rest of it. Is transporting
Yes,
an option?
as far as that's a question to the GM. Can you transport through a warp bubble? Because normally they can transport while in warp, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
Well, it depends on the anomaly.
Oh, that's a good point too. That's a very good point too. And is there anything that we can do to disrupt you?
Okay, so transporting is not an option. We don't have the capacity for that. And we could transport what 5 at a time. So, yeah, we will not have time to do that.
Far be it for me to be that guy, but have we any bucking cables lying around?
Have what?
Physically tractor them out, or as opposed to using a tractor beam.
I think that is an actual talent we have to have.
It is.
Fair enough. Never mind.
Because
Um,
the NX class has it. Yeah.
are we doing the scientific method thing?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do before we get sidetracked. Engineering it probably, I think, is what we're thinking. For, warp field dynamics and whatnot. Oh, I should just say power down warp core.
Yeah, but a focus would be, tractor beam design or tractor beams or something.
Yeah, it could also be warp core dynamics.
Yeah. We've got warp core mechanics. Um,
Because I'm trying to make solutions. Like for me, the focus is less important than what we're actually trying to do here. Because you could fit any of these into.
yeah.
That.
Well, couldn't one solution be fire some sort of weapon, some sort of some sort of
Tachyon
narratively
pulse to
appropriate,
dissolve.
or put something in a torpedo that would shut, that would counter the gravimetric eddies, which then that would come under like weapons engineering. To redesign a torpedo that might counter the stuff.
I mean, if all of these end up being tactical systems, we could just say they're security.
Um, what if it's a navigational issue? What if there's a way to plot the perfect course to get them out of this mess?
Thrusters. That would be the other thing. Have them use their power down the warp core and thruster out. Quick burst of thrusters and let their momentum.
Yeah, they're getting pulled by the eddy. The only thing keeping them from being pulled is the warp field. Once they take that off, they're gonna be yanked in. So we don't even know if we have strong enough tractor beams to even pull them out from that.
Well, we have the advanced tractors, so
But we can't have them power down the warp core. The second they do that, they're done.
not
Yeah.
if we grab them. Because they're the issue, if I understand it, is that they're being sucked in, right?
Yeah.
So we tractor them, have them powered down to warp core so they get unstuck, and then we just pull them back. Because from what I'm understanding, and Prax, correct me if I'm wrong, the anomaly is basically attracted to their warp field, and that's the magnet, right? The what fields are? Sorry. Yeah, I'm still willing to gamble on the tractor.
Can they do any quick seeing what's going on with the forces involved? Can we do a quick simulation on the computer and see whether or not we have the power to actually pull them out?
That's essentially what this is. That's what the scientific method is we're trying to come up with solutions. We run simulations. It's either going to work or it doesn't work, and then we actually do what we need to get them out, which is the final task.
Okay.
All right. So we got three possible solutions.
Yeah, I think we throw these three and see if any stick.
All right. Who wants to lead the roll? I've got Amathi up.
Yeah, he has to tell us if one works or not.
Oh, that's unfortunate. On a couple of levels.
Yeah. Because that's not how sub-entities work, but okay.
All right, if the torpedo thing.
Can you post everything Prax sent to you so I can see them? There might be some lost in translation here. Or if Prax can post everything in chat what he sent.
All right, if the torpedo thing won't work, do we for our next three attempts, do we our ideas, do we include the anti-gravimetric beam from our sensor dish thing that we always do in Star Trek?
What about doing something like having them eject their warp core in a way that explodes that might be a counteracting force to the gravity pulling them in, and then we can grab them at that moment?
See, I don't know. Like I thought about maybe if we were to have like a decoy warp bubble, but I don't think this thing's intelligent enough to jump to another one, and let it go. And if them turning off their warp bubble is not a solution, then ejecting the core won't work.
Okay, what about
I like the idea of anti-particles that might be able to counteract the magnetic effect, so that they can actually move.
Yeah. That'll probably be the next thing, using the deflector to send out a...
But I like the idea of maybe even wrap. I don't know if we wrap our warp bubble, we just get stuck in there too.
Yeah,
No.
we came very close ourselves.
That one was the dummy one, because I thought it was something else.
What about now here's off the wall crazy idea, but you apparently want at least one off the wall crazy idea, right?
Yeah.
My off the wall crazy idea is, what if we could help them design a way to improve their structural integrity field, make it strong enough that they could survive passing through the eddy.
Where would they go?
Well, it's not like an eddy's not like a tunnel or something. It's like a riptide and the beach.
They just don't want them to rip.
Well, yeah, that's why I say attempt to improve their structural integrity field so they can survive passing through the structural eddy, so their hull won't collapse on the way through it. It's not like a wormhole that would take them somewhere else. Anyway, that's my out of the box thought. There's, all of our other plans are thinking of ways to get them out of there. Maybe we need to think how to let them survive going through it. Yeah, inverse warp field.
Reverse the warp field to act like... So if it's acting like a magnet, basically what we're
Push
going to
it
want to try to do is reverse the magnet, and
Reverse polarity, right?
yeah, the inverse warp field would do that in theory.
Standard Starfleet engineering tactic. Reverse the polarity in something.
Yep. So I think that would be the next 3.
Woohoo!
I'm thinking either 1 or 3.
3, I think.
Well, number 1, we need to pick a lead here. So we went engineering, right?
I was engineering. Amathi's got a 14.
Well, just the engineering score.
Engineering score is 4.
Yeah, it'd probably be you unless anyone can beat a 4.
Not me.
Nope.
All right, so yeah, the engineering kitty would be the research lead here. So basically, you get to choose, and then anyone who has at least 2 in engineering can assist.
What's the attribute there? Oh dear GM.
And did you say something about intervals?
Not reason. Yeah.
Reason and engineering of 13 combo. Just put it out there for everybody.
Yeah, no matter what, he has to be the head roll. The rest of us would assist.
Right.
Just the nature of how these work.
I don't suppose you take insight there, oh my voice of the sky. Darn you. I'm not just, it's not Amathi's, not his best attribute. It might be his worst. All right. So, reason engineering.
And you are going to want to try to get the most successes possible, because we might have to make multiple rolls and we might have to switch.
Warp core mechanics is a focus. We're doing the inverse warp field thing first. Is that what we're trying first?
Yeah, well, it's really up to you, but I would say yes.
That's what we're gonna try. That's the only one I really have a focus I think Prax will take. Alright. Where are we at on resources here? Yeah. Supporting character. No talents, no determination.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think I could give you one.
No. Well, I don't have a value to. I guess if you gave me a determination, I'd have a value. I don't have a value to spend it on.
Can you command them to at least give an assist?
On the anyway. Well, I get assists. I get assists from anyone with at least a 2 in engineering.
Yep.
I'm trying to decide how many resources to spend here.
All of it.
All right, so let's do the momentum for the 3rd die, 2 threat for the 4th. I'm gonna leave it up to my CO as to if you want me to spend 3 more threat on the 5th die.
Let's just give him 2 threat. Let's see how we roll. And then if we have to on the next one use more than we can.
All right, that's fair enough. Here goes a Mothy's roll. Wow, that's But I have at least 1 success, so I get my assist. That's 4, 5, 6. Anyone else with at least a 2 in engineering?
I do. If you want me to roll.
Yep. Yeah,
I just
roll 1 dice.
Task roll to 1.
Yep.
And nope, no focus. There we go.
Oh, boo.
Ah, damn it.
Well.
Does the
You already has a 1.
Oh, okay. So we're 5.
Lost a couple of those.
We should. Yeah.
I have a PhD. I can count.
What did you do with the complication? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I say we try again. Let's try to at least get 10. If we get over 10 or over and it's not it, then we have to switch.
All right, you want to go? Let's go 4 dice again. This time I'll give 3 threat.
And that's the only problem with these rolls is, you have to get a certain amount of
5, 6, 7, 8.
Right. On one wet where you probably don't get momentum from.
Yeah, of course. Ambassador?
Yeah, like I said, if this is not it after who we waiting on?
Yeah, we got it now. 15. Are we headed down the right path? Got 15 successes. Anything the GM want to tell us other than time keeps on ticking into the future?
Yeah, if that's not it, then we got to go somewhere else.
Where do you want to go next?
That's up to you. I thought that would be it, so I would say it's probably 1 at this point. Because if it was structural integrity, they would already have done that.
All right. I guess we'll go down path number 1. I gotta be honest. I don't really have a focus for this one.
Yeah, none of us do.
I'm gonna load the GM up with 3 more threat. Borg cube inbound. 3, 4. 5. I hear silence from the voice in the sky. Should I roll again, Vogel?
Yep.
Same deal. Same threat gift to the GM. Three. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13.
Nice.
All right, let's do that.
Oh, of course.
Amathi says, "Yeah, this model works. This model works out, Captain. Let's do this."
All right, get the deflector set up. Tactical. Hail the Quasar. What's her first name? Ava. Ava, I think we have a way to get you out of there. Our engineering team and scientists have theorized that if we were to send out a deflector pulse, it should disrupt the gravimetric field. And at that point, I need you to engage full impulse to get away from it. Once we're ready, it'll be on my mark. And then, of course, whatever you need us to roll, GM. Probably.
There you go. Well, we gave it to
It
you.
has to be.
I mean, in all honesty, you're about to get most of it back.
Have we gained any momentum in all this?
Which, because of this role play, we didn't get opportunities to bank any.
You've been role playing. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Does the ship assist? It's even worse than the sensors.
Yeah, I wish the sensor dish counted as a weapon. Because Amadi is dead. It's not one of his focuses is using the sensor dish.
Then I guess the question is since I am asking them to do their impulse, can I assist and can they assist? Okay.
Yep.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Because it's that or we got to tractor them out. But I think I think with us setting the beam, I think them impulsing out would be better.
Yeah, I can't make any promises on that no complication thing.
What's the roll? All right, and you said anyone with engineering 2 or higher can assist?
That's what he said. I'm gonna jump on that before he can change his mind.
Because I'm with that complication range, I don't think we want so many assists, but we also have to get this.
Uh-huh.
So I have a 3, so I have a 13 total in engineering.
Now Mothy's at a 14.
Yeah, you're making the main roll. Unless I do it because I have a determination.
You are the CEO. Well, you are the CEO of the ship, which means you have the captain's power. You could give Amathi your determination that he could spend towards the mission directive.
If that's possible, I would do that. I don't know if Vogel has that ability. She's not.
Yeah, I think as long as you're in the captain's chair, you can do that.
Okay. Yeah, as long as he's able to use it on the mission directive, which I believe the mission directive is rescue the Quasar. Then yeah, I'll give my determination to Amathi to use against the mission directive.
That gives us 2 successes right off the bat.
Yeah, so we got to gain 4. Right, to 5.
So it gives us enough threat for 4 dice, and then hope assist pick it up if I fall short.
Wait.
Yeah.
Well, I think I should assist. The ship should assist, and you get.
Because I'd have to give him 5 threat to get 4 dice.
Maybe just buy. Yeah, I think you got to buy them all.
Right. So 5 threat. So I'm rolling 4 dice. That's got it. That's 3. 2 from the determination.
Boom. Nice.
Oh.
Ava, Mark. You know, for the roleplay. Helm, back us off. Let's put some distance between us and this anomaly.
I will engage the engines.
And then if Ava's still not on the screen, I will request the hail again. If you want, we could tractor you back to Deep Space 17. I believe our orders were to retrieve you and bring you back there anyway. This definitely brings back a lot of memories from the Academy days, does it not? How many times did I have to escort you back from those clubs at the wee hours of the morning? Well, when we're back on Deep Space 17, we should catch up. It should tell me how you got yourself a nice starship. First officer, then. Very good. Sentry out. Tactical, go ahead and lock in a tractor beam on the Quasar. Helm, set a course, Deep Space 17. Engage Warp 5. Might as well, the tactical officer didn't do anything yet. She passed the 12 now. I mean,
Control
you have a
security.
super duper powered tractor beam, so it's possible.
What was the roll? I'll take a momentum spend for a dice, please. And tactical systems would be the only thing that'd be closest. Or security protocols. Oh, it's getting kind of. He does have a determination spend, but it's not appropriate. So it was a shoot first, ask questions later, but I think that was in an alternate timeline. So. Anyway.
Wow. 3 ones. If only the ship could crit there, too.
Holy guacamole. I got you, Quasar. Let's take you out of the starbase.
Yep, and then just helm to Warp 5.
Jacob.
Honestly, no.
We have another ship to find. Okay.
Yeah, I am dry on ideas about how to proceed with his little investigation. Um, well, yeah, I guess I can go do that. Let's go down. I keep forgetting they're not both dead.
Back to the live one.
And Starfleet security hasn't come picked her up yet, I guess. I guess Garibaldi will head down to the brig. We may have time. Do we even have a name on this Orion woman? Oh, sorry. So what is it? Silent H? Sahar. Oh, so it should be like there's a tilde or something in the way. Well, Sahari. Yeah, how's the accommodations down here? I try to stay out of the brig myself. Most things are better than staying in an Orion prison. Wow, we got you spoiled down here. I'll have to talk to the captain about that. Well, first, this is a courtesy. Has the security chief or any of his crew talked to you about your partner? Well, I will. Unfortunately, I need to verify that for you. He is the medical personnel were unable to bring him around. That'll, I guess that'll save the Klingon some time. I hear they were looking for him. You, on the other hand, you seem to have a fairly clean record. You must be very good at what you do. Of course not. Now you understand I'm not a security officer, so probably a little wiser for you to talk to me than the security guys, because security guys, um, if they if they talk to you, you talk to them, they got to curtail the jag, and that could lead to more problems for you because you understand you're in quite a bit of legal problems, Sahar. Yeah, the Federation, we call that slavery. That's And that is a lifetime in a Federation penal colony. Well, it's better than being in an Orion prison, but still. Well, that would be well. Certainly, I could talk, pass that information on to the Judge Advocate General. So, tell me about your relationship with your former partner. Oh, I know. So, what was his purpose coming here at Deep Space 17? Spent a lot on what? That is, that would be an accurate statement as long as I can verify what you're telling me. Hmm. Why so much for a pre-adolescent trill? Where'd he get the kid? Well, see, Sahari, this my conversation with the JAG is going to go one of two ways. I can talk to him about how cooperative you are, and how you're just a oh, what would pull their heartstrings? A victim of the unfortunately deceased Orion slaver. That's one way I tell the story. The other way I tell the story is that you're a willing partner to him. That'd go badly for you. Personally, I think I believe you about being a victim of Orion slavery. I sure would like to be able to get information that could lead me back to the child's family. Yes. Okay. Since we're using the rules of the Klingon book, Prax, um, Garibaldi's got the value connecting with others personally is a useful tool. Oh, no, that's not working what I'm thinking. I'm trying to think of a way to negatively use one of my values to pick up another determination. That second thing, yeah, the second thing. I'm trying to think of a way one of these values would create a complication for Garibaldi. that's almost like challenging the value. Okay. So I'm taking her on fate despite my own belief system. All right, I'll do that. I take the complication for the determination. Then the determination, I'm going to spin it towards the value connecting with others. So I'm trying to make a connection with her. Is that fair? Okay. So presence plus command. Difficulty, you said difficulty 2. Persuasion is a focus. All right. I'm not going to buy any more dice since like kind of the determination spend gives me the success already. We're capped. So, well, let me get the information, and then I'll probably spend that float on obtain information. How long ago was this? How do I find the data in your quarters? And that's sure. Where do I touch it? Like, just give me directions to how. Medical been down here to check to verify your health, Surrey. If everybody wants to, in his pad, go through the security file to the medical tab and see if they found one of those devices like that's on the kid in her neck. Um, since I got that float, whether that's blow it on this, in the medical records from the investigator, is there any evidence of abuse from the examination? Just trying to find some verification of the story she's telling me. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna do some work to verify what you told me. but I think I can give a very positive report to the JAG. You might even consider, if everything you've told me is true, you might even consider asking for asylum in the Federation. Perhaps going back to the Orion territories isn't a good idea for you. I think that'd be fine with me, sorry. I believe you, and let's just say I have a particular dislike for Orion slavers. But anything you need while you're in here? Or are you comfortable for now? Well, I'll speak to the captain on your behalf. Everybody smiles. Since he believes her, I'll speak to the captain on your behalf and see if we can get you someplace more comfortable. I'm sure after I verify what you've told me, there should be plenty of support to speak on your behalf for the captain. Until then, what is it the humans say? Hang tight. And I'm counting on it. And Garibaldi will go, and he's headed straight to back to the Orion ship to check out what she told him.
Am I wrong in remembering that Orion slave women thing is all a ruse, and that the Orion women all have the pharaoh so they can control the men, or is that just a certain period? Okay, so it actually did turn into actual slavery. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Well, why don't you send her in, please? Ambassador, please have a seat. These ones in particular, or like to know why you're asking, Ambassador? If you have an opinion on a specific issue, I'm definitely there to help, but that's quite the general question, and I don't think you have that kind of time. Uh, quite frankly, the same thing the Federation gets out of an alliance with any system, such as the Vorkala. We get an exchange of information, an exchange of culture, art, ideas, way of thought, and, well, quite frankly, sometimes we get some help when we need it, and sometimes we provide the same. Um, the Klingons, we've it's easy to look at us and them and say we've had an on again, off again relationship, but at the same time, um, currently there's no active hostilities that I know of. But if their request seems a little, well, certainly unusual enough for you to bring up the question, I, if you'd like to tell me what it is, I'd be glad to listen. Well, if you want my honest take on it, I think that a defense pack is quite a large step. Um, quite frankly, I would be shy of asking you to sign one with us, at, even at this current time. Um, However, if you believe that it's of crucial benefit to your people, then I think at the end of the day, you have to do what you feel is best for them. How did you feel about the ambassador specifically? Well, then I think, quite frankly, your own instincts seem pretty spot on. Now, I'll do anything I can to attempt to alleviate you of any of this burden, should you require it. But at the same time, I don't want to. Um, I believe humans have an expression, uh, punch my beacon, something like that. I wouldn't want to thrust myself into the situation where it was unwarranted or unwanted. once again, should you require or desire my interference or intervention, you have only to ask. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Ambassador. Any chance they voluntarily decided to let one of my warriors go with them? Excellent. Uh, I will send John Deers. Just to make sure that, well, and hope he comes back. Because if he does, then nefarious actions. Hopefully, we're not done on. Fair enough.
Yeah, I did. 4-4 it is. Yeah, this is probably not the way he left it when he searched it. All right. He's gonna look for the hidden compartment that she told him about. Um, just for the heck of it, espionage for focus. Okay, that's cool. Um, I haven't used my join talent today, so I'm gonna use that. Uh, to, I still have that one security officer prior host that I keep using. So I'll pick up on. Yes, I did. Well, I've used that particular prior host for all sorts of things related to security. Yeah. The join talent's really handy. Uh, I think I'm gonna take a chance and just roll it flat. Okay. Um, uh, can I link to the security with my pad? Can I link to the station security to find out, see if I can figure if the internal sensors picked up who's been on this ship since I was last on it? Okay. Probably no focus there. I'm gonna spend one of those momentum for a third die. Get it back. Wait. All right. Well, then, headed back out to the airlock. Are there any security records of who has come in and out of this ship since Garibaldi left? How many patrols? And yeah, I mean, it's obvious. Obviously, no one's been guarding the entrance to the ship. In the logs from those patrols, have they been locking down this airlock? Have they been locking down this ship before when they've been leaving it? And they both times they locked the ship after sweeping through it. When I showed up to go to the ship, did I have to unlock it to get on board? All right, then I'm going to go to the locking mechanism and see if I can at least figure out a time that this door has been opened that doesn't match either me or security coming through, or evidence of tampering with the lock. Some very sophisticated tampering. But all right, security systems is a focus, and then threat for bold. Uh, hmm. And that access, is that one of the regular patrols, or was that outside of the regular patrols and myself? Question. I need to ask a question of ignorance, not necessarily a question for Garibaldi. Um, Transporter beams, they leave some sort of evidence that they've been used. Yeah. Um, Garibaldi's going to hit his communicator and call up to ops. Okay. So I want to know if anyone's transported into. All right. So we got a Houdini. Any evidence that the security lock's been tampered with? logs erased, bypassed somehow. Is it possible to scan the ship to see if there's another entrance point into the ship that we haven't found yet? Like a smuggler's hatch or something? All right, I'm gonna. Garibaldi is gonna come over to engineering and ask for a small engineering crew to come up and physically go over this ship for that sort of thing. And then he's gonna go back to his office and I gotta eliminate this guy as a suspect. I'm gonna pull the based on the security logs, Garibaldi's gonna pull the personnel file on all the security officers that have been through this ship since his last visit, and spend some time with those personnel files and any personnel logs are not publicly available, or personal logs are not publicly available, but he's going to go through those personnel files to see if he finds anything that's um, stands out to him. He's going to run a background check on those security officers. So Garibaldi says probably. I just can't think of what it is. Well, the only person I've talked to is Sahari, and she's still in the brig. Garibaldi hasn't talked to anybody else since he talked to her. He'll just check the break files. Has anyone else been down to talk to Sahari since he's left? Since he left her? Um, Research and security systems is the focus. Probably not security systems. Or my observation. Okay, I will give you another one of those threat that you're trying to so hard to get away from. Yeah, get rid of. I will take my reroll. Dang. They're all float. Computer, give me a location on a Joel. I can't read my own handwriting. What's that guy's rank, by the way? It's okay. I'm trying to read my notes. Ensign Joel Navam Navarro. Now let me rewrite that in a way I can read it later. Computer, give me a location on Ensign Joel Navarro. I got 3 float. Yeah, I got 3 momentum, but I was capped on momentum when I got it. Yeah, that's what that role was to identify him. Well, can I please spend 1 on obtain information or 2 on the advantage that I have as complete personnel file? Even anything that's redacted in it? I mean, I'm gonna lose it either way, so I might as well blow it on something silly. Sorry. All right, Kiribel's going to head in the direction of this Ensign Navarro's quarters. He's going to have a security team meeting there. I mean, I'm sure this is a red herring, but I still have to kind of carry that out. All right. Once Garibaldi verifies that Joel is still in there, he's just going to walk in. If the door's locked, he will pull security override on the door and have the doors open. Well, Quinix to medical.
Dr. Martin.
Medical emergency, crew quarters, deck, blah, 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 section, blah, blah, blah.
I'll be there in 6 to 20 minutes. No. I'll be there right away.
I didn't know we were on New York. I didn't know this was Deep Space New York City.
New York City?
What? 911 response times 20 minutes to an hour. Now you said he's unconscious. Yeah, I'm gonna go check him. Check him for something more. I mean, I'm assuming he's dead. Any life?
Yes.
I'll roll that flat.
Attention.
Can I spend the float for the advantage that we preserve, that we don't have to roll? Create an advantage that means we don't have to roll for preserving forensic evidence. Don't want it to go to waste. Let's spend it on something. Yeah, in Careboy looks back and says, "Yeah, sorry about the rush job, Doc. I'd be better safe than sorry, but it's a little late for this patient."
Understood.
But
I'll send a team down. Do you need Does this need special care?
Well, let's work up an autopsy on him. Cause of death seems pretty obvious, but
I'll be right there. I'll make sure we have the right team. Bring your security team or forensic team.
my guess is that this is staged. But we'll need
I'll
evidence.
see.
Oh, let's check the pad. Well, I did. Garibaldi is saying this is going to be probably not going to turn anything up, but certainly he's going to have security do a thorough search of these quarters. He already pretty much guesses that, uh, you know, Anson Navarro here got the data pad uh, and then handed it to somebody, and then somebody staged the suicide. But just in case, let's have security do a thorough search of his quarters, order a full autopsy of the ensign, and now he really is going to do a deep dive into this ensign's background, his current finances. Garibaldi's making the assumption somebody had a string tied to this guy, and Garibaldi is going to look to see if he can find that string so he can trace it back to whoever was blackmailing him. I'll give you that momentum. Real. Can I give you a momentum for information to obtain information on the sister's assignment when she went missing? Or will you give me that for free? Is the Honshu a currently active ship? Huh. Where was the Honshu when it was destroyed? Was it Dominion space or in Federation space? All right, so I'm gonna leave medical and security to do their thing. I think it's time for your ability to report to a CO. That yeah, I feel like I'm hogging.
She's
the
not aboard right now. The starbase.
No, the CO.
Oh well.
I feel like I'm hogging the episode here.
Enter.
Commander Arif, we gotta talk. First, I got to
Proceed.
report. I got to report, Commander. I wasn't able to learn anything about the Klingons' intentions. I didn't have time to prep the conference room in the manner that I wanted. However, after I left the Klingons, I went back to investigate, um, try to continue my investigation, try to track down who this Trill child um, belongs to, and I've uncovered some interesting things. I went and talked to that remaining Klingon, the remaining Orion, the Sahari.
Mm-hmm.
I I think she's less a perpetrator than a victim, sir, or more of a victim than a perpetrator. Um, I'm talking to her. She tells me that she was a slave just like the boy is, and I believe her. She tells me that Techie, the Orion that I killed, spent a lot of money to buy that kid from some merchant named Fisher. Uh, There's something special about the kid. I don't know what yet. She didn't seem to know. But she gave me some. She told me she had the navigation logs from the Orion ship, where to copy them and had a copy of them in her quarters. Told me how to get a hold of them. Went down to her quarters to find to get what she was leading me to, and her quarters had been searched. Someone had thoroughly gone through those quarters and had gotten the information before I could get there. Backtracking that, I discovered a Ensign Navarra had been in security to talk to her after I did, and apparently beat me to the Orion ship. I'm guessing he beat me to the Orion ship. Obtained the information before I could get a hold of it. Went to took a security team down to Ensign Navarro's quarters to question him, and somebody set it up to look like he had took a phaser to his head. He left a note. Be honest, I suspect that it was the suicide was staged, but I'll let the doctor. I'm gonna have the. I've already asked the doctor to conduct an autopsy to verify my suspicions. Security is searching Ensign Navarro's quarters now, but doing some back.
Keep going. Sorry.
Um, but back
Go for a reap. Our security officer. Understood. Initiate a. I'm sorry, don't. Uh, I'm gonna look to Garibaldi and I'm gonna say go down to sick bay and get yourself scanned immediately.
Get me scanned.
If they're both dead in a room that you were in, I want to make sure that there isn't a common thread between the three of you.
Security, this is Lieutenant Garibaldi. How was the Orion prisoner killed? Federation
Oh,
favor. Why didn't the internal alarms go off? Spend it.
I would say so.
I think we need
Um,
to lock down the station, Commander.
I tend to agree. I'll hit my comm badge to the duty officer and ops, and I'll say, "This is Commander Arif. Lock down the station. Seal all ships docked. Uh, no one leaves until further notice."
Maybe just in case, raise the shield so we can't get someone can't leave by transporter.
That's a fair point. I will tap my badge again, and I will say, and bring us to red alert, please. Um, then, looking at Garibaldi, I'll say, well, to be frank, I don't think it was you. But if it wasn't, you're the best person to track down who it was. Um, and if it was, well, quite frankly, I don't think anyone on the station would be able to figure that out either. So, uh, best of luck, Lieutenant. Oh, and while you're looking, please consider this, that it would appear the Klingons are engaging talks to the Vorkula in order to try to convince them to form a defense pact.
That's an interesting move, but an interesting move by the Klingons.
It is. I also, yes, it is.
With your permission, sir, I'm going to pass that on to my superiors at Starfleet Security, or Starfleet Intelligence. See what they have to say about it.
I'll give him a nod.
All right. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on here. I wish Vogel was around.
She should be back soon enough. Um, but she's not overdue for a check-in or anything, is she? She managed to find and retrieve the Quasar, and she'll be back soon enough.
Oh, good, good. She's a wizard with the sensors, you know.
I think we'll let them dock.
SOB. swept. The DNA trace has been swept. Do you want to have the security officer that was killed? It wasn't the security chief, was it? We'll call down to security and have them check to see if whoever did this used a low level phaser sweep to destroy any DNA evidence. Wait a minute. I went straight from the brig to the Orion ship. Somehow this guy managed to kill Sahari, get to the Orion ship before me. Right. And I went straight from the brig to the Orion ship. So he entered the brig right after I left, shot and killed the other guard and Sahari. Oh, which explains why he had to trash her room to get the data. That solves the problem of who murdered her. So, any idea in the internal sensors of folks that were around his quarters near his time of death? Do we have someone that can repair the scrambled recordings? Right. So it's hard to find. Garibaldi's he's stymied because it's hard to find a saboteur or find a killer that he doesn't know what he's looking for. Um, any ships depart the station between the time I found the bot um, let's just say between Sahari's death and the time we locked down the station. Bloody hell, the killer's still got to be here somewhere. Fellow players, any ideas?
You may have already found your killer, but he might have been brainwashed or a double agent or this.
Out of character, I kind of want it to be the Ferengi female, but I don't think it is.
No, that's not really a Ferengi thing. I mean, Ferengi are greedy little lying, cheating bastards, but they're usually not
Murderous, cheating bastards.
right. And the most recent strangers on the station,
The Klingons.
are the Klingons, but this is really beneath your average Klingon. unless we got the House of Duras here. His Garibaldi will go back to Ensign Navarro's quarters and see if he can find something that he could use to establish a trail from this killer. Like, wait a minute. No. Computer, what's the location on the Trill Child, Kago? Station records show he's been there. Has he been anywhere else? Any Jeffries tubes access points in or out of Ensign Navarro's quarters, are there? Oh, the Jeffries tubes access points in Navarro's quarters, have they been opened or tampered with recently? Well, I had chased down that possibility, at least mentally. There is something special about the child. Maybe he's a shapeshifter, not really a Trill child. I I can't think of anything other than go back to Ensign Navarro's quarters and try to pick up a trail, find something that will give me a trail. I mean, I know
or it could be in the ensign's room.
this one.
Got...
That's Navarro. Navarro's the ensign.
Okay.
Did this. Yeah, I would say, my PhD is in criminal justice, but I'm a corrections guy. I'm all rehab. I'm not a cop.
But your character might be.
Well, my character is a spy.
So rely on him.
Well, I'm trying to channel my inner spook. I'm just drawing a blank, and it's probably gonna be one of those where the solution is staring me in the bloody face, and I'm not seeing it. I don't know what else to do other than try to see if I can pick up his trail from Ensign Navarro's quarters.
Yeah.
All right, did we find Sahari's data disk in his quarters? Right, then somebody done killed Ensign Navarro. He's done something with that data disk. Can I trace Navarro's movements from security to his quarters?
Yeah.
I mean, is there a way to know if he interacted with anyone between those points?
Is there any garbage or trash, ejectors or anything like that that's along that path? Goes through the replicators, meaning it gets all. Okay, so it all gets broken down. Is there a way of like something getting rejected from that if it's like not compatible? Like, could someone put something in a particular container, stick it in the trash rejects it, it goes somewhere, someone picks it up.
Does the computer have any records of Ensign Navarro sending any communications in the last however long this has been? Good Lord. Dairy engineering. Um, that's not the beginning of the scene, or I would just blow my well-informed talent again. Focus, 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 focus. Espionage, research, security systems. And I've already used join, so that's out of there.
Use your team.
I don't have a team.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a threat in both momentum for 2 extra die. Easy come, easy go on momentum. Here we go. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Oh, that cannot stand. Which one of my values do I want to challenge? Oh, I'm so sorry, Joe. I'm gonna be sorry about this, Jacob. I'd like to challenge keep the value keep Arif out of trouble, and and that would be uh well, because Garibaldi is going to take some fairly, I don't know what they are going to be. I don't know exactly what they would be, but Garibaldi's going to take some fairly risky. Oh, I know what he's going to do. Garibaldi's going to fake Commander Arif's command codes to get to access the communication lots.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking.
Oh, you know me so well. Do that so I can re-roll all 4 dice. So, Jacob, hope I don't get another complication, right? Looky there. Well, now I got to come up with a replacement for that value. It has to
Yeah.
be related, right? I'll let you know when I come up with it. Ooh. Hmm. that to Lieutenant Quinix spells as Detective Bosch would say, "Hi, Jingo." Um, that spells a lot of trouble. Um, yeah, I think Garibaldi's gonna, and at that point, he's someone communication. I know that no identity, any location data, like where the transmission went. But certainly off station. Garibaldi's going to hit his comm badge. Lieutenant Quinix to Commander Arif.
Go.
Commander, you can cancel the red alert. I've hit a brick wall that we probably need to talk about over dinner sometime.
You sure?
Yes, Commander. The perpetrator is no longer on. Is not on the station.
Understood. I am having dinner tonight with Dr. Mountain. Why don't you join us? And
Just you and me, Commander. Give me a day or two to process what I know, and then we can talk.
Understood. I'll cancel the red alert immediately. Are you okay, Garibaldi?
Yes, sir.
Understood. I look forward to that dinner.
You probably shouldn't, sir.
I was being polite. Anyways, um, I will cancel the red alert thusly. And I will end the communication and calm over to ops and tell them to end the red alert and remove the lockdown on all ships docked currently.
I think the only other thing Garibaldi's going to do now, until he has time to process and think about how to proceed, is to wants to have a covert surveillance team put on the kid. Wants to make sure the kid's protected, and then just doesn't want it to be obvious. Yes, Garibaldi is using the kid as bait.
Uh, Docking procedure complete, Captain.
Excellent. Hail the station. Let them know they can start tracking the quasar.
Me?
Go ahead and get permission for us to dock.
Oh, okay. I'll.
Right. I'll bye,
send-
Sarah.
I guess I'll send a request to DS-17, the automated docking request. And I'll bring the ship in and say, docking complete, Captain.
Excellent. Not bad for my first command.
Eh,
Pretty good.
Tell all hands to secure all stations.
Knowledge. All set up, sir. Man.
Once all stations have been secured, go ahead and let the crew know that they're off duty until we are sent back out. I'll be in the ready room writing up the report if anyone needs me. I'm assuming this ship has a type of ready room. Yeah, I'll just say it's over there. That Vogel get working on her log, and then she'll go meet her friend. All right, I should report into the commander, and then I'll go see the friend. That's right. Yeah. Yep. I'll hit the door chime.
come in.
Commander?
XO, how was your first captaincy?
Went well, Commander. We were able to locate and rescue the Quasar and tow her back to the station for repairs.
And did you lose anyone in the process?
No, sir. All crew are present and accounted for. No injuries to report.
Nodding, I'll say, well then, I would say it's a perfect first mission. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Um, just to fill you in on a couple recent events that have been going on here, um, the Klingons have introduced the idea to the Vorkla delegation and have asked for their agreement in signing a defense pact.
It seems a
And
rather odd move for Klingons.
it does. Either they know something we don't, or they're scared of something that we don't know about. Either way, I would definitely like to know more about the situation.
Anything you need me to look into, sir?
Why don't you touch base with Garibaldi? I believe that um, he may have a task or two that require your expertise, and I think that um, perhaps after the two of you meet, the three of us could meet, and we could bring in the rest of the senior staff and figure out whether or not there's a good way to go about this. Because, quite frankly, we are missing something, and I don't know what we're missing.
It still seems very uncharacteristic of Klingons to seek out a defensive pact.
Well, they have with us. They have in the past with others. It's not a full alliance, but it does carry certain responsibilities on their part that they would be duty bound to honor. That's and unless I'm mistaken, they do not have a long history with the Vorkula, so I it still leads me to believing there's something we don't know or that we're missing.
I will endeavor to find out, Commander.
Excellent. Well, why don't uh, why don't you take the rest of the day off after your mission, and then we'll start fresh tackling this Klingon situation in the morning.
Thank you, sir. There's an old friend on the Quasar I'd like to get reacquainted with.
Well, I enjoy the night.
Thank you, sir. And Vogel will walk out. Oh, whenever, really. Could do it start the next session too.
Oh, do I get to promote her?
I was just thinking it made more sense if the promotion would come after a successful command of a ship.
That works.
We could probably work something up for the first part of next episode or whatever. All for the role plays, you know.
The role plays. Hello there. Okay. No, you'll be unconscious for a while. You might be a little sore as it heals, but we have things to help with that. So it shouldn't be anything big deals. So, yeah, good question. Thank you, nurse. Thank you. So, do you want to know what I'm gonna do, or do you just want to go under, take a nice little nap, and then come back and get you some treats of some sort? Cupcakes, is it? What do you kids like these days? What do you like? That's more important. Oh, wow. You got a good thing going in that idea. So, yeah, so we'll just do the procedure. And then we get just. Oh, sure. Um, I do not, but I can check to see if she's aboard station. Computer, is Lieutenant Vogel on board? Deep Space 17? Deck 15. Well, maybe we could go chat with her. Nurse, will you start prepping the procedure? Thank you. We'll be back in a little bit, I hope. Oh, well, sure. Dr. Mountain to Lieutenant Vogel.
Go ahead, Doctor.
We have a young guest here who would like to speak with you. You come down to Med Bay. We'll have a nice conversation. Do you have a few moments?
On my way, Doctor.
I appreciate it. We both do. Thanks. Mountain out. Diddly-doo. Oh, I'm so glad. I haven't had a chance to check out the. Oh, where are they congregating? Do they have a school going down on the one of those decks down there? I don't really keep up all the time. What's going on around the station? Probably I should. Maybe we could visit. What? Tell me what you know. Basically, yeah. And there she is.
Kigu, how are you?
Thank you, sir, for coming down. Well, they can't hurt you, especially after I take the implant out. It'll be so much easier to not hurt you. Does it make sense? It's a device to cause pain, which is mean just in itself. But I'm just gonna take it out, and they won't be able to do that anymore.
Kigu, you have nothing to worry about. You are totally safe here. And besides, Dr. Mountain here is one of the best doctors I've ever met. He even worked on my father.
It's true.
My father was very ill, and the doctor here healed him.
I must say that was a way more complex situation than we have today. So, rest assured that I'll give you my best care, but it shouldn't take too long, and in no time you'll have some ice cream. Sarah, I think ice creams are in order after this? Absolutely. Sounds great. I might even join you, if you don't mind.
But before that, you got to get that thing taken out of your head, right?
Oh, that's right. Well, let's just, I guess we'll just get to it then.
You bet.
All right, good sir, just step this way, nurse. Get him all prepped up. Thank you, Lieutenant. Just stand right here for a moment. So, you're going to feel a moment of sleepiness, and then when you wake up, you will see Sarah and myself, and quite possibly the nurse, depending on when you wake up. But we'll make sure that at least one of us is here by your side at all times. So. Yeah. And I see a big pile of momentum to help with this whole situation.
Sorry.
You gotta know when you gotta know, you know. All right. So let's take 3 threat to give me 2 extra dice. I don't have much else. I mean, surgery is my focus, of course, but I think I will start with determination, and driven to ease suffering would probably be the one that works best. All right, yeah, then we'll start out with a bang. Whoop. Let's just do 3. It's just a 2 threat. All right, I'll lower the difficulty by 1. Oops, I didn't change my name back. Someone?
My mouse will cooperate.
Oh man, I didn't ask. I didn't ask clearly enough, I guess.
Do you want someone else to make this roll?
No, just do your business. You
Said
piped up.
computers medicine. Is that what I heard? Oh no, I'm terrible with those. Look at that. Look at that roll. That one roll.
That's all we needed.
Complications. All zeros, 3 comps. I mean, you can't get much worse than that. I guess you could. I could have rolled 4 complications.
That's the only worst thing you could have rolled.
I mean, I pretty much had to jeopardize Commander Arif's career to get out of that one. Woohoo.
Oh, doctor. Wow. Terrible. That is re-roll, if I can. The, the, the ones that did not succeed, yes.
1 momentum spend for reroll.
Better. And then 1 for piercing. Would that give us 5 for breakthrough? Perfect. Yeah. Well, you know.
Been there before.
I'll decrease the Do that. Could I get another dice, or out of that, or convert it to momentum to make a dice? Okay. Okay. So let's lower the difficulty and not buy any dice. If one, I still have my focus. I think I'm pretty good where I'm at, and I still have assistance from the computer. Good.
Got at least one. Maybe. That was the
Oh, poor
outcome
guy.
I was looking for.
At least she was happy when she went to sleep.
That's true. Who needs to walk?
Or not feel pain again.
And all the
You had
surgical
your range on
power,
still.
all the surgical equipment suddenly goes out.
Okay. Oh, let me roll veteran to see if I get my thing back. I'm not sure how to do. Plus one effect. Can I roll my determination to re-roll my die? Doesn't believe in a no-win situation. I can do this. No, you don't. Yeah, but it's yeah. Or throw out the handbook and wrote my own. Okay. Inventing as I go. All right, so I need to re-roll that to get a success. Is that true? Yeah, so I'm gonna re-roll the 0. It's that 7. I will take the 5 brick. Is there any way I don't have any momentum? Surgical savant. I don't think I have that. How much work is left on the track? I might have to do one more round. So yeah, I'll take the 5 as and do the breakthrough. Sorry, I just got surgery. So. You can difficulty 1, make it difficulty 0. Oh, that's right. But I got 2 work. No. Yes, I will take that 1 momentum to now I can finally trigger my cautious medicine because I've been pretty wild about it recently. Change your range. There's no complication range, by the way.
Oh,
But you rolled a 19, not a 20.
so that's not a comp.
No, but please stop doing that. But 19 is better than 20. I'll just give you that.
That it is.
Okay. I will. Do I? No, I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. I already got the success. All right. Dr. Moulton is in the house. Oh, dude, you get this. How much is left on the track? That's fine then. That's at least 5 work, so that's a breakthrough. Either way, I would have got 2 breakthroughs this time. Yeah, basically. Once Vogel's here, yes. I don't know.
It depends. If the procedure's going to take a few hours, I would.
And then I let him some time to recover, but either way, we can. But
Yeah, and in that 2
Do you
hours,
wanna-
I probably catch up with my friend. Maximize my time. How'd it go, Doctor?
Well, it was touch and go there for a little while. This device is really insidious. But he will not suffer from any complications due to the device and its removal. So I expect him to make a full recovery. Sure. Well, I won't go into any gruesome details, Sarah, but it looks like he had this even as a baby. So he's never known to have a life without this. So it might be a little transition time, but I think with our support, he'll be able to live without it, which is a good thing, I think.
Who would do this to a child?
Well, Orion's, but it could be anybody, really. It was definitely inhibiting his mental or nervous system in some way, but it was definitely the remote control had effects on this. I can't believe it, but anyway. I'm about to revive him. If you want, maybe we can move him over to another bed and give him a little room and maybe some privacy. Actually, over here it's not so bad. But anyway, you ready? You have any questions or thoughts? Nurse, do you have any concerns or anything? You as well. I couldn't have done it without you. All right. Are you ready?
Vogel just nod.
Make the sound. Yeah. Hey, we're all here. Gang's all here. You did a great job. You just stayed, still. You didn't make any fusses or anything, and everything worked out. You're a great patient. Yeah. Yeah, let's just take a rest for a little while. I just wanted to, let you know that we're all here, keeping an eye on you, and everything went well. So you won't have that thing in your head anymore. You might feel a little, might even feel a little smaller in that part of your neck. Um, you'll get used to that as well. So just take it easy, and we'll get that ice cream for you tomorrow. Sounds good. He's right here.
I'm right here. I promised you I'd be here.
Let's step back.
How are you feeling?
All right. If you're tired, we can talk tomorrow instead.
Yeah, let's let him sleep, Doctor.
Sounds good. All right. So thanks for coming down. I just wanted to make sure that he fulfilled our promise to him about this. But I'll let you know next time in the morning what his status is, and then it's up to you whether you want to do ice cream or whatever. But I think it might be a nice thing. He's been enjoying his time at the school, I guess. So let's keep him in that at least, and keep an eye on him, I guess, for the time being once he's recovered. Um, I'm not sure if your assignments will allow you to have much time being XO and all. Congratulations. And how was your time on the Sentry anyway? I mean, we don't have time for that, but anyway, success.
Damn.
Stupid role players.
I know, right?